sorry, the January 11th, 2023 regular meeting of the Yosemite Community College District Board of Trustees is hereby called to order at 3 p.m. This governing board meeting is conducted pursuant to AB 361 and YCCD Resolution number 22-23.09. Good afternoon, everyone. We thank you for your patience as we continue to navigate this virtual platform. We welcome the board members and others who are participating via Zoom. If any are, I'm not sure. Please be advised that everyone participating via Zoom, video, or call has been muted with the exception of the board members, student trustee, and chancellor. We also welcome any members of our district community and the members of the public who are viewing the meeting live via YouTube. Members of the public are welcome to record this meeting using their own personal devices. The district will also make the recording available on the YCCD YouTube channel for 30 days in accordance with our board policy 2365 recording. As a reminder, board members are asked to use the raise hand feature via Zoom when they wish to speak. Everyone is encouraged to mute their audio when not speaking to minimize disruption. The board welcomes public comments. The published agenda requested public comments be submitted in advance of the meeting by email. Okay, so the board stenographer would now conduct roll call for attendance.
Trustee Davis?
Present.
Trustee Garrett?
Present.
Trustee Hinton? Here. Trustee Nicolau?
Present.
Vice President Richards?
Yes.
President Beggs?
Here.
Quorum is established, and just for the record, student trustee Maria Marquez doesn't appear to be on Zoom, and we are informed that trustee Aguilar will be arriving a little late during closed session.
Correct. Okay, at this time, I would ask trustees to declare any conflict of interest on any particular agenda item list on the agenda. For the record, conflicts of interest disclosed will be noted in the official minutes. Do we have any? Nope. Okay. I would ask we're at 2.4 now. I would ask the board stenographer to first read aloud any public comments received via email and then introduced any in real-time public comment requests. All email correspondence relating to this meeting will become part of the board minutes. Do we have any at this time?
President Beggs, there were no public comments received via email, and I don't see any raised hands, but I'll take a moment to see if any will come up in Zoom.
Thank you.
It doesn't appear to be any public comments.
Okay, so at 3:05 p.m., we will now adjourn to closed session to discuss items 3.1 through 3.3 listed on the closed session agenda. 3.1 is pursuant to Governing Code Section 54957, discipline, dismissal, release, reassignment, appointment, evaluation. 3.2, conference with labor negotiators, employee organizations, CSEA. The agency negotiator is Catherine Pritchard. And 3.3, conference with labor negotiations, employee organizations, YFA. Agency negotiator is Rex Randall Erickson. So we will now adjourn to closed session. Thank you.
That's hard.
Call to order at 5:30 PM. This governing board meeting is conducted pursuant to AB 361 and YCCD Resolution Number 22-23.09. Good evening, everyone. We thank you for your patience as we continue to navigate this virtual platform. We welcome the board members, and I think everybody's here, so nobody is on Zoom. But we welcome all the others who are participating via Zoom. Please be advised that everyone participating via Zoom, video, or call has been muted with the exception of the board members, student trustee, and chancellor. We also welcome any members of our district community and the members of the public who are viewing this meeting live via YouTube. Members of the public are welcome to record this meeting using their own personal devices. The district will also make the recording available on the YCCD YouTube channel for 30 days in accordance with our board policy 2365. Recording. I don't need to do that. Let's see. Everyone is encouraged to mute their audio when not speaking to minimize disruption if they're on Zoom. And we welcome public comments. As you know, we cannot comment on personnel matters. The published agenda requested that public comments be submitted in advance of the meeting by email. 4.2 is the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag, and I'm going to ask Darren to lead us because he has the most booming voice.
Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. I would like to now ask the board stenographer to conduct the roll call.
Student trustee Maria Marquez.
Here.
Trustee Antonio Aguilar.
Here.
Trustee Don Davis.
Here.
Trustee Darren Garrett.
Here.
Trustee Nancy Hinton.
Here.
Trustee Jenny Nicolau.
Here.
Vice President Milton Richards.
Here.
And President Leslie Beggs.
Here.
Quorum is established.
There is 4.4, there is no reportable action from closed session. Are there any changes in order of business? 4.5. Nope. Okay. So 4.6 through 4.8 are approval of minutes. Do we have any changes or edits to the minutes?
So move to approve.
I would like to remove the first one from November because we had a different board at that time.
Okay. So
What was that? I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
The November minutes, I would like taken separately because it was with a different board.
some members will have to abstain because they were not here.
In that case, it'd be likewise for November 9th.
So we'll take them individually. And then when we get to December, then I'll make note of that.
Okay, so I need a motion to approve the November minutes by the,
So moved.
Second.
take a roll call vote.
Trustee Aguilar,
Aye.
Juan Davis,
Abstain.
Trustee Garrett,
Aye.
Trustee Hinton,
Aye.
Trustee Nicolau,
Aye.
Vice President Richards,
Yes.
President Beggs.
Aye.
The vote is 6 in favor, 1 abstention, 0 opposed. Motion carries.
All right. The next minutes are November 9th, Board of Trustees regular meeting, 4.7. So I need a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call vote, please.
Trustee Aguilar,
Aye.
Trustee Don Davis,
Abstain.
Trustee Garrett,
Aye.
Trustee Hinton,
Aye.
trustee Nicolau,
Aye.
trustee Richards,
Yes.
and President Beggs.
Aye.
The vote is 6 in favor. Pardon me. One abstention by Don Davis and 0 opposed. Motion carries.
Okay, and then the last one is 4.8, approval of minutes of the December 14th meeting.
So moved. Second.
I believe there are a couple changes, right?
Yes, and let me pull them up unless you have them at hand. So I know one is under the, let me get it.
It's under 2.4. Sorry, I have the kind of voice that needs a microphone. And
To elect, the resolution should be that the Board of Trustees elects Leslie Beggs as board president. So that's one change.
that might, is that it?
I think that was it.
Okay.
Mhm.
So I need a motion to approve.
So moved.
Second? I'm asking for a second. I'm not seconding.
Second.
Second by Dawn. A roll call vote.
Trustee Aguilar,
Aye.
trustee Davis,
Aye.
trustee Garrett,
Aye.
trustee Hinton,
Aye.
trustee Nicolau,
Aye.
Vice President Richards,
Yes.
President Beggs.
Aye.
Vote is 7-0, motion carries.
Okay. So now we are up to public comments. I want to welcome everyone. At this time, I want to ask our board stenographer if we received any comments via email.
There were no comments received via email.
Okay. Please note that all email correspondence, if we had any, would be part of the minutes. So I have any names here, so I guess I'm going to call these in the order that I have them. Yes? Oh, yes. Sorry.
Pardon me, Madam President. I've been asked by a member of our audience that board members speak up so that everybody can hear it. Thank you.
Thank you. So our time limit is a maximum of 5 minutes per topic. And our first speaker is Lisa. I don't know how to pronounce that.
Shut.
Shut. Okay, thank you. Hi, Lisa.
I'll put the timer, just for public information, I will put the timer on so you'll hear a light buzzer when the 5 minutes is up.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Lisa Shutt, and I am one of your longtime employees entering my 26th year here at the district and serving my 3rd term on the CSEA Executive Board. Last year, several classified professionals addressed the Board of Trustees with public comments. One common theme weaved throughout their statements was this: many YCCD employees are struggling to make ends meet. Why? Because the YCCD salary schedule has not kept up with the steady rise in the cost of living. I had been hearing stories from fellow employees, but last week, it was really put into perspective for me when I listened to the keynote speakers at the MJC Institute Day. Some of you were also there and heard a presentation from Stanislaus 2030 executives Jody Hayes and Marion Cannon. Although their main focus was to show how MJC can play a part in contributing to our region's economic growth, I applied some of what I heard to our own institution. The data that stood out to me the most was about the status of Stanislaus County's jobs and population. For example, slide 11 specifically states to be considered a good job in Stanislaus County, it needs to have wages at $28.58 per hour and include health benefits. With that in mind, I reviewed our classification and salary schedule, and I was shocked. For YCCD, it isn't until range 36 where the pay rate starts at $28.58 or thereabout. According to this data, a significant number of our own classified professionals here at the district would be placed in the struggling in working families category, and I think that's unacceptable. This is why CSEA will continue to negotiate for livable wages. We aren't asking for a higher income because we want it. We're asking for a higher income because we need it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I see Lynn Dickerson up next.
Good afternoon. My name is Lynn Dickerson. I am the former CEO of the Gallo Center for the Arts, the former publisher of the Modesto Bee, and a former president of the MJC Foundation Board and an active community leader. I'm here alongside a group of concerned community members, which includes former YCCD Chancellor Tom Van Groningen, 2 former college presidents of MJC, Dr. Stan Hodges and Dr. Steve Collins, local businessman and MJC Foundation Chairman John Schuber, Stanislaus Community Foundation CEO Mary Ann Cannon, former MID Director and local businessman Jeff Cowan, longtime K-12 educator and SCO Board Director Mary Ann Sanders, and longtime attorney Lou Friedman. This group includes 3 distinguished alumni named by MJC, and we are just a small sampling of many more community members who care deeply about this institution and who have growing concerns about its future. And given our leadership experience individually and collectively, we know exactly how boards and leaders should function. I've lived in this community almost 23 years, and in that time span, MJC has had 16 different presidents and has gone from one of the most well-respected community colleges in the state to an embarrassment for our community. I'm here because I'm concerned that MJC is being derelict in its duty to educate our workforce and provide an important stepping stone for young people to better their lives. Without strong leadership, which it hasn't had in a long time, MJC has lost its way, including missing out on grant opportunities for job training and failing its students in myriad ways. Now, having developed a reputation for a place where college presidents go to fail, it will be very difficult to recruit and retain the quality of leadership that we so desperately need to get MJC back on track. I feel it's incumbent upon this board to do what you're supposed to do, which is to set policy, hire competent executive leadership, and allow those leaders to succeed. That means hiring the best and the brightest, setting clear goals, giving them the support that they need, and then getting out of their way so that they can succeed. It is my opinion that we have a very weak chancellor and an overreaching board of trustees, and that has proven to be a recipe for disaster for MJC and the community that depends upon it to educate our young people, our future workforce. Thank you.
Thank you. We have, let's see, number 3 is John Schuber.
Good evening, Chancellor, Chairman of the Board, board members, and guests. I'm John Schuber, and I'm currently the chair of the MJC Foundation. But I'm here tonight not in that capacity, but as a member of a citizens group for a community who is extremely concerned about the continuous turnover of our president of MJC. My affiliation with MJC started in 1958 as a student, and I've been involved almost completely over those years. Later, I became an ag professor of ag business in 1965 through 73. In 1972, in just around the corner from this building, in an old, the YCC district board, I was negotiating salaries for our entire district as negotiating chairman in 1972 at age 32, quite young. Since 1973, I left teaching and I continue to stay involved in education. I've been on many community committees. I chair the MJC Ag Advisory Committee, and I chair the State of California Ag Advisory Committee for Ag Education for the last 30 years. We know the challenges of many boards and all the dealings they've had during COVID and other issues, and how they continue to be under the scrutiny of communities they serve. We know that some of you have recently been elected to the board and have limited, if any, responsibility on some of the decisions that have been previously made. We are very cognizant of the board's responsibility, and I have a copy of the list of goals and priorities that you folks set aside back in September 8th of 2021, all of which seem very logical. We are not here to antagonize, but question some of the decisions that affect the continuous turnover of the MJC's president position. We feel that this instability is having a detrimental impact on our students, our staff, and the overall image of MJC. We cannot focus on meeting the educational needs of our community until the long-term stability of leadership at MJC is resolved. Those of us who have watched the evolution of MJC, Columbia, the creation of the YCCD, are proud of its accomplishments and know it will continue to be a visionary for years to come. The turnover of president of MJC has become an embarrassment for the college and our community. As we voice our concern about the future of MJC's administration, we pose these questions. 1, is an effort being made to truly invest in a president who will serve for a long period of time? The true strength of a leader cannot be determined in year 1 or year 2. Secondly, is a concerted effort being made to salvage a president who needs to make some improvement to succeed? And do we show him the way to improve, or do we show him the door? Him or her the door, excuse me. Has a chancellor been effective in his process? Does he meet frequently enough with them to help them succeed? Is he assertive enough to gain the board's support? How can our president succeed if his or her decisions are overpowered by and not even solicited when the board intervenes? Since the accreditation wherein it was noted that the board was far too involved in day-to-day decisions, has the board relinquished those back to the president where they belong? Has there been a follow-up to substantiate this grave concern of micromanaging our president? Why hasn't a concerted effort been made to hire a president from within our ranks? We have seemingly passed over some candidates who have gone on to take leadership positions in other colleges and are very successful. Their gain, our loss. Why is the board so critical when a current president seeks out another position at other institutions with little effort made to make them feel needed or wanted and ask them to stay? Also knowing that our chancellor himself is doing the same. Is our evaluation process of our president adequate? He or she seemingly feels that they are effective, as noted by the most recent evaluation, to find out or a note of termination with no stated reason. Our community deserves to know wherein our president is ineffective. The board is seemingly hiding behind the HR confidentiality screen. Is the process of self-evaluation of our chancellor and our board giving us the results that we need to be totally accountable to our community? As I travel the state reviewing agriculture programs similar to the accreditation process, how do I respond when one of my acquaintances asks me, should I consider applying for a job at MJC? We have become known for our instability far too long. Is the board as sympathetic as it should be to help out our student needs? A recent president was challenged by the board for having solicited grant money to cover some of the student needs. I understand that some of our students live in their cars, have extreme situations with limited funds. Funding bus passes was even not permitted. As the chairman of the MJC Foundation,
John, the timer went off.
okay, I will conclude. One concluding comment. As chairman of the MJC Foundation, I had this embarrassment. When I would seek out funds on behalf of the entire of our students and for student projects, The question was raised during COVID, why should we give money when we aren't even meeting our students face to face? That's the challenge that we have, all of us had. Now the question is, why should we give funds when the institution has the instability of leadership? Can you help us here? Can we be of help with you? We'd like to help you get that done and resolve that issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Marion Sanders.
Good evening, members of the board, President Biggs, Chancellor Young, and those who are here in the audience tonight. I'm Marianne Sanders, and I haven't spoken to you before, so I'll give you a little bit about my background too. I'm a longtime resident of Modesto. I'm on the Stanislaus County Board of Education and recently served as the president for the last 2 years. I'm the executive director of Region 7 ACSA, which is the Association of California School Administrators. It's a 5-county region with about 900 school administrators. I'm a retired principal of Sylvan Union School District, co-chair of the Chamber of Commerce Business Education Committee, and a member of MJC's School of Business Advisory Committee, as well as some other areas of service. And yes, I've taken classes at Modesto Junior College and spoken to classes. This year, it's been a pleasure to arrange for a couple of your administrators to speak to service clubs and to large groups of educators about the programs that are in place, accomplishments, and plans. I've chosen to speak to you this evening because I'm also very concerned about the fact that another president has been dismissed. And as you've already heard a few times, in the last 20 years, there have been 15 different college presidents, and I know that MJC ranks last in the state for community college retention. Clearly, its reputation is at stake. How are students, faculty members, community members perceiving this? I know there's growing concern. In business and education, and actually in any group to which we belong, it's the top leaders who set the tone and foster climate and culture, which affects everyone's attitude and productivity. Many are thinking that potential presidential candidates may choose to stay clear of even applying. In my opinion, there's no question the next president of Modesto Junior College needs to know Modesto's heart, needs to be well acquainted with the community, needs to be someone who is committed to strengthening the programs, the visibility, and the reputation of Modesto Junior College. Modesto Junior College needs a leader who sets the tone and fosters that positive climate and culture that affects everyone's attitudes. January is School Board Recognition Month. Trustees provide critical accountability links between colleges and the community. Whomever is chosen needs your full support and trust, and thank you for considering my comments.
Thank you, Marianne. Next up is Marion Cannon.
Hello, my name is Marianne Cannon. I'm the CEO of Stanislaus Community Foundation, a former MJC student and Distinguished Alumna of the Year in 2017. I really don't want to be here today. I don't want to have this conversation with all of you because it's heartbreaking to be here and point these things out. MJC has played an important role in the education of myself and my whole family and really changed the trajectory of my life. Through Stanislaus Community Foundation, though, I want to talk about our professional support and work with MJC. In the last 10 years, we've provided over $800,000 to Modesto Junior College. We've provided that in the form of hundreds of thousands of scholarship dollars to MJC students from local high schools. We funded the expansion of the nursing sequential enrollment program, which allows current MJC nursing students to concurrently take BSN coursework at Stan State. We funded the dual enrollment work group 3 years ago, which resulted in the dual enrollment blueprint that highlighted key strategies to increase the number of high school students taking college classes. To date, None of those strategies have been adopted by YCCD or MJC. We funded basic needs stipends for MJC students during COVID, so there was minimum disruption to their lives and their studies. Our many donors, we have hundreds of donors that work through the Community Foundation, have provided $150,000 to the MJC Foundation in the last few years. In addition to that support of this institution, we take a broad view of our region's many pressing challenges in education and our economy. Through our leadership work, first with the Cradle to Career Partnership, and most recently with the Stanislaus 2030 Economic Development Initiative, we've long identified that Modesto Junior College is an important, indeed the vital gateway for our collective success as a community. I was the keynote speaker at MJC's Institute Day just this past Friday, where we tried to impress upon your administrators and faculty that the fate of our economy rests squarely on their shoulders and on each of your shoulders. In fact, the governor's proposed budget, which was released yesterday, prioritizes dual enrollment and places millions of strong workforce dollars for community colleges, and hundreds of millions of more in federal government dollars are available for local colleges too. I fear we will not be able to pull down those critical investments to our economy given the current dysfunction of Modesto Junior College and the Yosemite Community College District. MJC has historically been the workforce engine that supplies our region's companies and public agencies with qualified talent, but I'm here to tell you, your engine is broken. I've been at Stanislaus Community Foundation for 10 years now as the CEO. The amount of turnover among your presidents, vice presidents, and deans is shocking and heartbreaking, and we're paying attention to that. It's simply impossible to get anything done with MJC as a partner when there's so much turnover. We literally have people turning over every year. Your 21-22 goals as the YCCD board named the following priorities: district stability, integrated pathways with K-12 and higher ed, including dual enrollment, creating an institutional culture that is positive and guided by due process, and supporting the colleges to recapture enrollment. We applaud these goals, we support these goals, but these goals are impossible to achieve when there's so much turnover at MJC and such a dysfunctional relationship between YCCD and MJC. We're paying attention to that. I've personally served as a professional reference for many of you, as administrators at both the district and the college, and the recruiters consistently apologize to me for wasting my time. Every year they say, "We're sorry we're on the phone with you again, Marianne, as you're serving as a reference for all your departing administrators." And they're saying it's hard to recruit people to come here because the problems are the worst kept secret in the state. Please know, my heart is in my throat right now. I don't want to be making these comments. I love this institution dearly. I hold many of you in high regard, but this is our community's college. It's not a college that belongs to a small group of people, but to all of us. You have a public mandate to educate our students and prepare them for jobs of the future. We want to work closely with you. We elected you to fix our beloved college. We want to make sure that our regional economy is not stifled by the district's dysfunction and leadership failure. We will look to you to hire a qualified president for MJC. We ask that you empower them to do their job to produce our workforce. And please know that we're going to hold you accountable for that goal, and that there's hundreds and increasing hundreds numbers of people in this community that are paying attention. Thank you.
Next up is Louis Friedman.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Chancellor, and members of the board. My name is Louis Friedman, and I've got a long history of education in this community. I served on the Sylvan School Board when our children were young. I co-chaired the City of Modesto School Bonds that raised the money for Gregoria and Enochs High. I've served on the foundation board here for a couple of terms, and I've continued to provide pro bono legal services for the MJC Community Foundation. First of all, I want to thank all of you for serving on the board. It's not easy to be an elected official in this environment. I am really passionate about the opportunity for a quality public education for everyone in the community who wishes to take advantage of it. I went through public schools, our kids went through public schools, And MJC is a vital role in our community. You have a long history of being the first college experience or the basic job training for many of the people who are now leaders in our community. And I hope that we can preserve that for the future. Come before you tonight with a positive attitude about what can be in this community and the role that MJC can have as a vital part of a vibrant economic community here. We have one thing holding back our community is a real shortage of qualified workforce. This has been pointed out in the Stanislaus 2030 materials, and I've given you some excerpts from Stanislaus 2030 studies and the workforce investment program. Stanislaus 2030 is really a program to raise the quality of standard of living for our whole community. And MJC can have a vital role in that in helping fill the workforce that we need. You have a real opportunity to take a leadership role or the leadership role in workforce development in the next decade. And I hope that you will seize that opportunity. The Volt Institute is a market-oriented vocational training program that does not turn out nearly enough students. DeHart Plumbing and Air Conditioning actually started the DeHart Technical School to train service technicians because they couldn't find them in the marketplace. They are getting student fees. It's a paid school, and students are taking loans to go there. Neither of these programs would have been necessary if MJC had risen to its potential to be doing vocational training for services that are needed in this community. And I feel that if YCC does not really step up to meet this challenge in the near term, the community is going to have more Volts and more DeHarts, and MJC is going to become less relevant in the future of this community in the development of community leaders. I've attached to my slides that have been handed out to the members of the board excerpts from the Brookings Institute preliminary study of the community, information from their market assessment book, and data book, and excerpts from the 2030 investment plan for the talent development section. And this is a role where MJC can really take a leadership role. One thing I want to touch on briefly is dual enrollment. I believe it's a real building block for keeping students in school. It's an opportunity to meet the challenges of academically talented students who are otherwise bored with high school and could be moving ahead. Getting students with a college semester or even a year under their belt makes it all the more likely they will go into college and complete college. And getting a year of college or a semester of college under their belt is going to reduce the amount of student debt that the family has. And when the student is out and earning in the community, they're going to be able to invest that money back in the community rather than using it for debt service that they took on to go to school. So I think that dual enrollment is really a low-hanging fruit where you could step up and do something that's going to have a meaningful impact in the community and on the employment potential of our students here. And last numbers I saw, MJC is about 1/2 of the state average on dual enrollment. Let me just say that, if I may have one more minute. Yeah. For MJC to seize the opportunities, you're going to need a visionary leader who can see what can be, not what is. And I have to tell you, I do not have confidence in Chancellor Young to do that. And I encourage you to begin a search now for someone who really can lead MJC into the future. Thank you.
Samuel Ramos.
Good evening. Good evening, everybody. My name is Samuel Ramos, and I'm in my third semester here at MJC as a biological science major. I won't lie. When I graduated high school in 2020, I never saw myself attending MJC. And that's because there's a certain type of reputation MJC has among the community. Overall, the things I would hear about MJC included comments such as, it's not a real college or it's a dead-end school. MJC has a lot of potential to propel its students and their academic careers and prepare them for success in their futures, which will promote growth, stability, and more jobs in our community. In recent years, it has become apparent that MJC has not met certain standards to improve student success and equity. This is supported by low retention and graduation rates. There is a dire need for an increase in full-time instructors for courses that are in high demand. These classes are essential for getting students graduated or transferred in a timely manner. And once students see how many hoops they must jump through in order to become transfer ready, they get very discouraged and give up. This is one of the many reasons why our school has very low retention, transfer, and graduation rates. The process of leaving MJC and transferring to a UC or CSU is a conundrum, and it does not help that the counseling here at MJC is inadequate at best. The counselors to student ratio is outrageous. On top of this, there are many counselors that aren't even available on campus and work strictly from home. This is beneficial during a pandemic, but how do you expect to have a thriving campus without the presence of counselors or instructors that can potentially make a difference in students' lives and prepare them for success in the classroom? Without proper guidance or counsel to keep them engaged and wanting to continue their education here, their dropout and quitting is inevitable. There has also been a controversy with the recent firing of our former president, Dr. B. I met Dr. B a number of times, and I thought this was finally a turning point for MJC. He truly and sincerely listened to student concerns, with those voices being the prioritized factor for many of the decisions that the school made during his presidency. If the district truly wanted to optimize and increase student success and retention, then why would they choose to not extend his contract? Chancellor Young himself highly praised Dr. B and the efforts he made as president. Not only that, but he and many other administrators have been investigated by the board, which is a very costly and consuming process. This money could have easily been allocated for the 18,000 students on campus instead. It is not conducive to the school's efforts for the board to continuously buy out presidential contracts and seemingly always be in the hunt for a new president. Studies have shown that there is a correlation between stable leadership and retention and success rates among students in colleges. So it should come to no surprise that along with low transfer, retention, and graduation rates, the MJC also has one of the highest turnover rates for presidents in the California community college system. I know that thousands upon thousands of students that aren't here today would agree with me, and I am calling upon the board to reflect with deep concern on their actions that brought them to the things that everyone has said here today. There are 18,000 more students on campus that will not stand for these violations to be taken on our beloved campus, and I hope that you guys make the decision to make sound changes, promote growth, and fulfill the potential that MJC has. Thank you for your time.
Jessica Brennan.
Hi, thank you. Good evening. I'm Dr. Jessica Brennan, and I teach in the Child Development Department. I'm grateful to have this time to address you all this evening. In my time here at MJC since fall 2018, I've seen 3 presidents. When I joined, Steve Collins was serving as the interim president, then Dr. Jim Hoopus was hired, and finally Dr. Shantanu Bandaparte. I know that you're all familiar with the strain this instability puts on our faculty, administration, classified professionals, and students. Now, in less than 5 years, we're looking to appoint another interim president. I know that you will all soon begin reviewing letters of interest for the position, and you have a big choice in front of you. Who the chancellor and the board select to appoint as the interim president at the college is vital to whether MJC ends up being stabilized and able to serve our community or ends up being further destabilized. Therefore, I would urge you all to select a faculty member to be our next interim president. Faculty are the most stable group at MJC, and they have the most experience that will keep our college functioning and moving toward our educational mission. Side note, I'm not applying, so this isn't a personal request. While our current VPs are incredibly talented and crucial to the positions they hold, that's just it. They are crucial to the positions that they hold. And while we do believe that they would make excellent interim presidents, we also recognize that moving one of the VPs into the position would create another hole in a vital administrative role. We need them where they are, and we cannot function effectively with any more vacancies. We truly need to draw from the decades of experience and history we are lucky to have within the ranks of our faculty and be given a leader who knows our students, our community, and the long-term goals we've been working towards. We need somebody who has already dedicated their lifetime of service to MJC, and faculty give us that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Ruth Perez Gamboa.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ruth Bernice Perez Gamboa, and I am majoring in business administration. I have been at MJC since the fall semester of 2022, and in my short time at MJC, I've gotten to really appreciate the student body and the dynamic of everyday life as an MJC student. However, I have noticed some concerning aspects of retention among my fellow peers. Due to the constant insecurities of leadership, which causes halts and instability in the process for resources that to be made available to students in a timely and efficient manner. For example, I have noticed that there is a halt in the process of modernizing MJC's way of providing flexibility for students in the classroom, in reference to the slow process of implementing high flex abilities in the classroom. This is important as we have a lot of our students who juggle responsibilities outside of the classroom due to the current economic climate, family commitments, and also health concerns. I would like to emphasize the need for transparency between MJC community and the Board of Trustees, as it would provide a great sense of stability, trust among the student body as to why certain needs are not met by MJC. However, I am aware that my comment might be short-sighted due to the lack of information that I have been given to this point, and also the lack of knowledge that has been provided to me and my fellow peers by the Board of Trustees and Henry Young. This would also include the district. Thank you for your time and attention. May we all have a good year.
Thank you. That was the last speaker card I have. Have there been any others?
There are no additional speaker cards, but we can maybe ask if there's anyone that wants, or look, let me look on Zoom to see if there's any raised hands. None at this moment.
Okay, thank you. All right, so I believe we're up to 5.1, Board Finance Committee report. Trustee Garrett.
The Board Finance Committee did not meet since the last time we gave a report, so thank you.
That was easy. Okay, Board Policy Committee report with Trustee Nancy Hinton.
Thank you, President Biggs. The board policy did meet, and sorry, I had to put my glasses up because I can't. Cataract surgery makes you all look blurry. And we had actually 3 readings. We'll go into those a little bit more in depth, but we've pulled a couple. We're looking for input from the full board on a couple, and so when we get further into the agenda, we'll be going over that. But I do want the community and our area experts to know that the next meeting of the Policy Procedure Committee is going to be February 6th, in lieu of us going to training at a conference on our regular day. So the next meeting will be February 10th at, sorry, I said the wrong date, February 10th at 1 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you. And next up, we have association reports. Student Senate activity reports are first with Columbia College, and I'm not sure how to pronounce Z. Harmon?
You got it.
Got it? Okay, great.
Yep. Good evening, board members, college presidents, and Chancellor Young. It is wonderful to be here with you, even if it is over Zoom. ASCC is kicking off the spring semester with a full load of ideas and projects that we are aiming to complete before the end of the school year, many of which I have already spoken to you about. This afternoon, ASCC partnered with Columbia's Weeks of Welcome Committee to host Rush the Clubs, an opportunity for the various clubs on campus to recruit and make themselves visible to students. Since the reopening of campus, club involvement has been low despite calls for more clubs from the students. Because of this, we worked together with our Weeks of Welcome team to bring this event to students, both new and returning, for the purpose of saying, yes, we've got clubs, come join one. As of today, the active clubs on campus are the Child Development Future Educators Club, the Dungeons and Dragons Guild, the Breakfast Club, the Outdoor Adventure Club, the Gay Straight Alliance. Clubs that are in the process of getting chartered and approved are the Dance Club, the Music Club, and the Chess Chasers. ASCC holds its first meeting of the spring semester tomorrow morning. Here we will put into motion our kitchen stocking project, aiming to solve the issue of basic needs access for Columbia students, work together on creating a proposal for the utilization of the new Lakeside Lounge, and put the finishing touches on the reworked Constitution and bylaws in time for the election in April. Thank you so much, and I look forward to speaking with you again at next month's meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Caitlin Rose.
Good evening, Board of Trustees and Chancellor Young. I'm very happy to see you all this evening. Here is my report for ASMJC. As ASMJC ended the semester, we spent a weekend at MJC for our winter retreat. During this retreat, we learned about shared governance, resolutions, and built stronger relationships between our peers. During this time, we found out that Dr. B was terminated, and that hurt our team. The executive team met with Chancellor Young and appreciated the space provided to be able to meet. However, we did not feel reassured, so we have written 2 resolutions that will be read by ASMJC Director of Political Development Stephanie Barajas and ASMJC Vice President Samuel Ramos.
Hi everyone, Stephanie here. The first resolution states, it's the purpose of promoting stability, commitment, and investment for MJC by having the Board of Trustees and Chancellor Dr. Henry Young not only provide, but to carry out longer presidential contracts. Whereas MJC has had 16 presidents since the year 2000, and whereas the YCCD's latest 5-year plan promises quality staff and the retention of employees that reflect the diverse populations that are served across the district, and whereas the sudden yet very much expected vacancy of yet another sitting MJC president signals for a need to change and improve the hiring process, and whereas studies show that a stable college president influences retention rates and overall academic effectiveness, and having considered that the latest MJC president, Dr. Shantanu Bandyopadhyay, was representative of the type of leadership students need and consequently benefit greatly from, and mindful, it is imperative for the 18,000 students of MJC to have sound, stable, and strong leadership and representation at the presidential level, and emphasizing that the reasons behind the decisions to refuse extension of contracts are largely kept behind closed doors by the Board of Trustees and Chancellor Dr. Henry Young, and bearing in mind how irresponsibly expensive it has been for the Board of Trustees and Chancellor to continue paying out presidential contracts, and taking note that the millions of dollars wasted on paying out presidential contracts could have instead been allocated to meet the needs of 18,000 students through investment in MJC's facilities, professors, counselors, programs, benefits, and many more. And stressing, short-term presidencies do not allow for a person to cultivate close connections with the community they are serving, and recognizing short-term presidencies do not provide adequate opportunity or space for the president to feel supported by the district, and taking into account that the YCCD's track record of short-term presidencies does not provide incoming presidents the confidence to fully commit to MJC and their position. And therefore, be it resolved, the incoming president should be someone who prioritizes investment in what benefits the students. And be it further resolved, the ASMJC ASMGC urges the Board of Trustees and Henry Young to give their vote of stability, commitment, and investment for the incoming president by offering a contract of sufficient length for a president to cultivate connections and growth for the students and employees at Modesto Junior College. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Samuel Ramos, Vice President. The purpose of this second resolution is to radically hold Chancellor Henry Young and the 7 Board of Trustees accountable and demand full transparency for all terminations, leaves, and investigations on employees whose contractual payouts have a profound impact on the students and the morale at Modesto Junior College and results in the expenditure of public funds in a reckless and wasteful manner. Whereas the Board of Trustees and Chancellor Dr. Henry Young are being obscure with the public's funds, and whereas the funds being spent by the 7 Board of Trustees and Chancellor Dr. Henry Young for undisclosed investigations could instead be allocated to directly benefit students through better investment in facilities, employment of additional professors, or expansion of student programs and services. And whereas the Board of Trustees and the Chancellor refuse to disclose information to the responding parties and the public that they serve concerning contractual terminations and internal investigations, which violates Board Policy 3-8020. And whereas the morale of the Modesto Junior College community continues to be negatively impacted and demeaned. And noting, the Chancellor highly praised the efforts made by Dr. B months before his termination, which stands as an action of the continuous contradictions from the YCCD and his promise of prioritizing the best interests of the college in exchange for the interests of themselves. And stressing that Chancellor Dr. Henry Young's refusal to sign longer contracts in fear of higher buyouts apparently signals incompetence and unwillingness to invest in long-term MJC presidencies. And emphasizing that this incompetence and lack of confidence cultivates suspicion and concern amongst YCCD employees, students, and the community at large. And noting with deep concern, the Chancellor and the Board of Trustees have given Modesto Junior College a reputation of incompetence, which frankly and collectively leads to inconfidence in the institution amongst the student body at MJC. And therefore, be it resolved, the ASMJC demands Chancellor Henry Young and the 7 Board of Trustees shall fully disclose all information and justifications for decisions made by the district, as lack of transparency continues to negatively impact thousands of students, faculty, staff, and instructors. And be it further resolved, the Associated Students of MJC urges the Board of Trustees and the Chancellor to be mindful of the expenditure of funds and prioritize the best interests of MJC. Thank you.
Next up is CSEA President Amy Lovett.
Good evening, President Beggs, fellow trustees, and Chancellor Young. Happy New Year and start of the spring semester. Usually January is a month where we as classified professionals are refreshed and rejuvenated as we are returning from winter break. And we are excited to be back on campus to serve our students in our community. However, this January has not been a pleasant return to campus. In less than 1 year, there have been situations where YCCD has gone against the directive of the board and drastically impacted the lives of classified and impacted students. Since 2020, CSEA leadership has been wanting to negotiate a hybrid remote work modality. We have been told, not yet. A policy must be developed and implemented first. I'm stating the facts, as in the last 8 months, administrators have made decisions that violate the collective bargaining agreement of CSEA, Chapter 420. In planned and emergency closures, administration has authorized remote work, violating our contract in addition to not following the board's directive. These decisions are completely altering classified's working conditions, and a reasonable effort was not made to consult CSEA leadership. This behavior is unacceptable. It is very clear that we need to be able to negotiate our working conditions so we can include language within our contract since the policy has not been developed. It has been proven that administration is in favor of a hybrid remote work modality. Board of Trustees, what is your hesitation, your fear of allowing us to document the process? When will we become the institution that will allow us to be innovative, supportive of employees, recruiting and retaining quality employees, a positive and collegial work environment, and a forerunner among community colleges so that we are looked to as a model for the other community colleges across the state again? We are being reactive instead of proactive. The students and the community with which we serve are noticing these changes. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to the Board of Trustees on behalf of CSCA Chapter 420.
Thank you. Faculty representative to the board, Alan McKissick.
Good evening, and thank you for this opportunity to address you. Tonight, I want to reiterate some things I said at your last meeting, perhaps a bit more specifically. I think they relate to a major theme tonight, stability in our programs and purpose, and the YCCD, which, pardon me, let's try again. All right. I want to reiterate, okay. I want to reiterate some things I said at your last meeting, perhaps a bit more specifically. I think they relate to a major theme tonight, stability in our programs and purposes in the YCCD, which of course relates to leadership. Okay. Now, to reiterate, as challenges buffet the district, everything from pandemic to changes in leadership, it is vital that our district build and maintain the governance institutions and the system that must transcend any such disruptions. And overall, I believe our board has done exemplary work in that regard. I've been here through most of the high MJC president count since 2000. And furthermore, I was here a while before then, through a few presidents. And it has greatly illustrated the importance, as I said before, of leadership style. But leadership style without the continuity of our governance system has, in my opinion, caused more disruption than anything else. I understand what people have to say about continuity and leadership, and it's absolutely true. But you can't always have all the continuity you want. System-wide, in the California Community College system, the average tenure of a college president is around 3 years. Now, we have a startling statistic to deal with. I am not dismissing that one iota, and I share concerns I've heard here tonight. I already know the board's concerns echo those I've heard expressed here tonight, but I have to put it in a larger context. As usual, I'm going to mention the Board Policy Committee as one example of what we're doing right in maintaining our governance system, one that is transparent and furthermore is based on engaging and listening to, respecting, and working through compromises or whatever it takes with all the constituencies, including the public, by the way. By the way, I've never known a board, and I've known a bunch, that is more engaged with the public, more wanting and willing and eager to hear from the public than the board that sits in front of you. I was walking in to the Morris building not too long ago, and there's a portrait of John Morris. I believe he was MJC's first president. And it says below that, a very distinguished looking man, whom I'm sure contributed a great deal to the institution we have now. But here was the quote at the bottom: "An institution is the elongated shadow of a single man." I'm sorry, it's nonsense. It's absolute nonsense. And I think we need to bear in mind, we're going to, not that I disagree with sentiments I've heard tonight. I know the faculty associations are concerned about the issue of continuity and leadership, absolutely. But I like to emphasize the governance system, style, and practice we have here tonight as something we should be proud of. And that continuity is something we must have as we go through changes like this. I always like to use the example of the Board Policy Committee. I attended on Monday, and there was a robust discussion between constituencies and the representatives there. I got to speak on behalf of faculty associations. The MJC Academic Senate President spoke at some length, was heard, engaged. There was a good conversation. And I remember a time in the past, previous board, when most people didn't know that committee exists. It was not open to the public. It is now open to everyone and anyone, including members of the public, as we work our way through policy creation and revision. I think it's just one example. So I want to reiterate what I had to say, and that I think context matters a lot. I want to commend the board again. I believe they're listening. I know they're engaged. I also know that the board is constrained in what it can say, even though it is listening. There's the matter of the law around personnel changes. Believe me, I sometimes want to know more than I do or should about a personnel matter, but I know how that works. Furthermore, I know the board is constrained under the Brown Act from directly responding to the public's comments. It doesn't mean they're not listening. So I thought I'd add a little bit of context and the point of view of someone with a lot of institutional memory, which is a great advantage to me, but perhaps a bit of a handicap too. But I've been watching and thinking about these issues for a long time. Thank you again for this opportunity to address you.
Thank you. Next, we have President Lana Von Epps from Columbia College Academic Senate.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Let me scroll to the top of my screen here. Too many screens open. So good evening. Good evening, President Beggs, and congratulations on your new role. Greetings, Board of Trustees, and don't know how to address you. So Chancellor President Young, Happy New Year to all of you. Columbia's off to another solid but wacky start. We started our semester with a closure on the first day, power outage due to all of the rains we've been having. But I do want to give a huge shout out across the board, faculty and classified professionals and administration, supportive, flexible, and communicative with students to start the semester as seamlessly as humanly possible. Right, that Columbia way of the really personal touch to support students is seen broadly, giving directions to students, welcome week activities, emails and phone calls to students needing assistance. It's just, we're making it happen, and I'm so proud to be part of that team. So that's my shout out. Wanted to start with, and I have a challenge for the board tonight. My report tonight is a little bit of an alphabet soup, so I challenge you to count the number of acronyms I used tonight, and I'll ask you at the end if any of you got how many. Okay, you ready? So we started off the semester in Service and Professional Development Day last week, and one of the interesting topics was a co-presentation by computer science faculty and English faculty, Joe Manlove and Kim Pipitonisson, respectively, on how students might be using artificial intelligence, AI, writing programs to submit work, and how this is changing the face of education, and how to assess students on critical thinking and formal writing with this new tool. And I was thinking about it, I like to liken it to how math used to be taught without calculators. And now that tool is ubiquitous, as that calculator tool became more common, how mathematics was approached has changed. And I think that's incredibly exciting, right? Education is constantly evolving, and that's exciting and challenging. And I'm looking forward to see how that happens. And I think our faculty are well prepared to meet any challenge. During academic senate meetings, we have ongoing discussions regarding credit for prior learning, CPL, implementation, and we are likely going to need some reassigned time for faculty to really focus on implementing new procedures and onboarding this process. So that's coming up, ongoing discussion. We're also looking at some possible goals for our diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility, the DEIA, as well as our professional development through our teaching learning community, TLC, to utilize some potential funding from a potential grant called the Culturally Responsive Pedagogy and Practice Innovative Best Practices Grant. And there's no acronym for that one, but we're looking at how we could utilize those funds for professional development and diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility. We've got lots of opportunities for our faculty to fulfill our contractual professional obligations, including our regular standing committees such as Student Learning Outcomes and Program Review, the SLOPER, who happen to be overhauling our program review process this semester, which is needed and very exciting. Also, our Cultural Enrichment Committee, the CEC, who's having an extensive planning this meeting this coming week. And then we've got all of our faculty hiring committees. So we've got 8 positions moving forward and lots of excitement going on with that. Of course, it's a little bit challenging. We are also in the process of creating our summer and fall schedules. And while we're looking forward to welcoming our new faculty members into the fold, it's a little interesting how quite so many slots that just say staff when we don't know who's going to be in the spot just yet. To speak to something that there's been some passionate public comments about, right? Ongoing challenge at Columbia and across our district is the significant number of interim or vacant administration positions causing a little bit of instability, right? Interim positions are necessary. They're always going to be there in one case or another. They're best left to temporary stopgaps while a plan to regain stability is executed with all due swiftness. And to give a timely analogy here, interim and vacant positions are kind of like trying to use a couple of sandbags to hold back the flood from an atmospheric river. And we could all see maybe how well that does not work. It doesn't work. Also illustrates a lack of planning and systematic infrastructure failure. We can do better. We are looking forward. We've got our welcome reception for trustee Don Davis next week. Looking forward to chatting with you there. And I'm personally looking forward to a break in the weather that will finally allow me to join the board meeting in person in the coming months. So I hope you're all well, all warm, all dry. And if there are any topics that you have questions about or any topics you are interested in having me bring back to Columbia faculty or for our Columbia and MJC faculty to discuss together, I would be so happy to hear about that. And I'm curious, did you count the number of acronyms? Anybody want to give a guess?
I wrote down 6.
You missed the last one. I said MJC in my last sentence. It was 7, but really good listening.
You might have to give that to her.
That's cheating.
All right. Thank you so much. If there's anything I can address further, I'd be so happy to.
Maybe I'll email you before the next meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is Aisha.
Hello, everyone. Hello, Chancellor, trustees, members of the community, students, and fellow YCCD employees. My report today will be brief, as the first Senate meeting of the semester isn't until next Thursday. While I can't give a Senate update, I can tell you that faculty, as usual, are hard at work. The start of each new semester is a hectic time, but also an exciting one. Students make the choice to invest in themselves by coming to MJC, and faculty match that investment by guiding, supporting, and teaching them as they progress on their educational journeys. There is little work more worthwhile, and I hope that the future of our college is one that is steadfast in its support of this work and the students and community it serves, as well as stable enough for it to flourish. Many individual faculty have reached out to me expressing concern over the loss of MJC's president and the fact that, and the impact that is having on our ability to get important work done. There are worries about accreditation and the interruption to much overdue long-term planning, like a college safety plan. As the person tasked with appointing faculty to the screening committees for hopefully 38 new faculty, I am worried that it will be more difficult to attract quality applicants willing to commit to a lifetime appointment at our college. I'm worried we won't have the stability to properly and effectively onboard this huge influx of new faculty, which has the potential to impact the college for decades. So I hope we are able to rise to the occasion and stabilize the college as best we can.
Thank you for your time. That concludes my report.
Thank you. Next up is LTAC President Jillian Daly.
Good evening, Chancellor Young, Board President Beggs, and board members. My first item is regarding the leadership team, and we held elections for new representatives for the Leadership Team Advisory Council. All current representatives will be returning, except for Ron Kripe, Director of the Regional Fire Training Center and member at large, but he will be replaced by Martha Robles, MJC Dean of the School of Fitness and Health Professions. Each January, the LTAC appoints its executive team. And so for 2023, heavy sigh, I will continue as LTAC president. Do I need to do this?
No.
Okay, so nobody could hear me?
I could hear you. Maybe they're not picking it up in the recording.
Okay, should I continue? All right. All right, so I will return as LTAC president with Steve Amador, who is Columbia College Dean of CTE, as vice president. Samantha McCarty, Executive Secretary for Facilities and Planning and Operations, and who represents the confidentials, will become the LTAC treasurer. And Kelly Thomas, who is the Columbia College Child Care Center manager, will become our secretary. The 9 members of the LTAC represent all classified and certificated areas across the district. It's a great, thoughtful, and vocal group that Steve and I listen to and are grateful for in guiding decision-making for all meet and confer issues. My personal thanks goes out to all who serve now and who have served in the past on the LTAC. The next is regarding the district-initiated cyclical classification review process. During a 3-year period, the LTAC worked assiduously with Chancellor Young, the then Vice Chancellor GH, and members of the district's team to hammer out details for a district-initiated classification cycle for the leadership team. It had been over 15 years since a review of current classifications had been done. And over those years, the team began to not only lose ground on salary, but frequent inversions began to happen where positions traditionally lower than other positions began to be paid out at a higher range than those positions above them. We have been long overdue for a complete review of the leadership team's positions. Cognizant of budget, the LTAC worked out a 5-year cycle, defining the positions for review each year based on salary data analysis, beginning with the team's lowest paid positions, managers and supervisors, as data showed that these were in greatest need for immediate review. The hope was that at completion of the first 5-year review cycle, many of the inversions and other anomalies would be corrected. Unfortunately, when the first year cycle's results were slated for board approval at the October meeting, there was disagreement between the LTAC and district regarding one of the positions on the review list, resulting in the entire list being pulled from the agenda. While not entirely happy with this move, the LTAC and district shared an interest in assuring the classification review process had integrity. And so we understood the move and asked our members to be patient. It has been 3 months since that night, and leadership team members who were up for review in the 2021-2022 academic year have been waiting patiently for resolution of this matter. Vice Chancellor Albertson, to ensure objectivity, hired consultants to review the first year process and to give guidance on the annual cycle moving forward. We are already in year 2 of the process and have not yet resolved the first year. Happily, both Steve Amador and I have received notification that the consultants have completed their review and have made their recommendations. We look forward then to a final resolution for the first year classification results at next month's board meeting. And then I'll end by saying that the LTAC is wrapping up this year's Leadership Team Academy training at the end of the semester, while at the same time finalizing a new mentorship program for new leadership team members. Any questions?
Thank you. And I think the last speaker tonight is YFA President Dimitri Kariotis.
Good evening, President Beggs, trustees, Chancellor Young. YFA is eager to begin negotiating benefits in this round of negotiations at our first scheduled meeting on January 20. That concludes my report. Happy New Year.
Thank you. All right, 6.2 is our Chancellor and his report.
Thank you, Madam President. For the first item, I'd like to call on Dr. Tran from Columbia College to give an update on Columbia College.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam President, Chancellor Young, Board of Trustees, community members, and colleagues. Happy New Year. As you can see, we started the semester with a power outage. On that note, we really scrambled, get everything going, but I could personally say, being in this role, I would like to do a really deep appreciation and a shout out to our facilities and campus security. The power outlet went out around Saturday, probably at 11 o'clock. And they were with me, with Chancellor Young and the board, all the way up to Monday afternoon at 4 p.m. Literally what we call play by play to make sure that the campus is ready, we have lights. So truly appreciate our faculty, staff, but particularly our maintenance, our facility and campus security to get the campus ready on Tuesday for our students. Moving on, some of the exciting things that are happening at Columbia College. We are almost completion in handing in our housing application to the Chancellor's office. We're working with the agency and the application is due next week. Thank you for the support, very swift. With our board of trustees, we're able to submit and provide affordable housing for our students. It is a competitive process, but we feel very confident, given where we're located, that Columbia College will be poised to receive this grant, and it could be up to $70 million to build out 100 beds for low-income students in our region. The other project that we're also excited and working on is the K-16 collaborative grant with the Sierra, where we are going to be the fiscal agent to submit $18 million for a grant and hoping to build out pathways in the 4 area. The region will decide, but we are looking very positively gearing toward whether it's healthcare, education, business, or IT. So more information to come, but the consortium will be meeting next week to further develop the grant proposal that is due in October. On the good news, the program that are doing well and receiving funding and support from Fresno, we have just received information that we got $2.5 million from Fresno Connection Workforce along with a federal grant, an additional $2.5 million from the Workforce WIP institution, so it's federal. So with that $5 million, we'll be able to work toward Columbia College to additional build out the fire program as well as the forestry management program. So we're excited to recruit. With the different is that Columbia College offer on-campus housing. So we're able to put our student through this program, finish within the 12 weeks, and they get to stay on campus for free, all paid for from this grant. So we're very looking forward to working with CAL FIRE, Fresno Workforce, and also our local Workforce Investment Board. Another thing that our faculty is working very heavily is to submit a baccalaureate degree for Columbia College in forestry. Sustainable forestry, the name hasn't been set because we really need to make the baccalaureate degree unique where it's not in conflict with the UC or CSU. So it's going to be natural resources, fire, forestry, but we don't know the exact name. But the exciting thing is Columbia will forward the application. Our faculty is working hard at it to make sure we meet the deadline. Then let's see. Enrollment, we just started the semester. I'll be honest with it is a little soft, but we haven't hit census. We are continue to do our advertisement, and our theme for this semester, as you can see, Dream, Learn, and Achieve. So all households receive one of these, and it has a hard call to action start date, January 9th, where we kickstart the semester. So usually we'll get to see how it works, how it pan out, but it is a little bit soft compared to last semester. However, we also stagger our classes, so we have a lot of late start that our student can take the classes. So I'm optimistic that the enrollment will probably stay steady, given that it's a big decline in everywhere at the state. So that is coming. As shared with our student government, this is the week of welcome. Unfortunately, it's been raining like every day. It was hard for me to walk around campus. We try, and hopefully we'll make it up at another time with other activities. And lastly, to close out, I do like to say that not only I'm celebrating the New Year, but if you're Asian, you also celebrate the Lunar New Year. So we want to say Happy Lunar New Year. It's the year of the rabbit. And if it is the year of the rabbit, if you are a rabbit, you are vigilant, witty, quick-minded, and very genius. But also, as I like to close out my report, the year of the rabbit really symbolized longevity, peace, prosperity, and year of hope. And I think that would be a great segue to say, this is what we're looking forward to Columbia College as well as the district. So have a wonderful 2023 as we ring in the year of the rabbit, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. The MJC report is available in the trustees packet, but I want to address my comments regarding the spring semester preparations effort at both colleges. I want to thank the faculty for preparing for the semester, leading off to a great in-service day at Columbia College last Thursday, and a great Institute Day at MJC last Friday, which many of you attended. On the opening day, as you heard from Dr. Tran, Columbia College lost power, and so there was a cancellation of classes. But at MJC, it was open even though it was raining. The East Campus was briefly flooded for a little bit and a little while, but our facilities crew and grounds crew were able to clear the drainage and able to relieve the situation. So I do want to convey my thanks to our facilities crew and especially our grounds crew. That concludes my report, President.
Thank you. I would like to take this moment to introduce Carrie Rasmussen, who is our new board attorney, and welcome you to our board meetings. Next up is 6.3. Are we having a presentation, Graciela, on the COVID-19 health update, or is she providing information?
I had placed this agenda item as a standing item moving forward. However, with the holiday and staff leave, there is no report this month.
Okay. And then 6.4, the travel report is simply an information item.
Correct.
So let me go on to the consent agenda. The recommended action is that the Board of Trustees approve action item 7.2 through 7.8, unless somebody wants to pull something or discuss something. So
Move to approve.
I second it.
we need a roll call vote.
I think just for the record, I want to share that during the reports, Trustee Aguilar had to leave the meeting, so he will be absent on all of the items that come up for action, for the board's action.
He told me ahead of time.
Yes. Trustee Davis? Trustee Garrett?
Aye.
Trustee Hinton?
Aye.
Trustee Nicolau?
Aye.
Vice President Richards?
Yes.
And President Beggs?
Aye. And Darren, are there any retirements this time or not? There aren't.
No, there are not. Thank you.
And the vote is 6 in favor, 1 not present, motion carries.
Right. So I believe next up is board policy. So Kim, please come to the dais.
Good evening, President Beggs, trustees, and Chancellor Young. Before you, there is one policy for third reading. There were no additional recommendations for revisions on this policy from the Board Policy Committee, so I can answer any questions that you may have on this particular policy, 7348, accommodations.
So do we need to vote on it then? We do.
Vote on it, yes.
Okay.
Motion to approve the recommended action.
I'll second it.
Trustee Davis? Trustee Garrett?
Aye.
Trustee Hinton?
Aye.
Trustee Nicolau? Yes. Vice President Richards?
Yes.
And President Beggs?
Aye.
Vote is 6 in favor, 1 not present, motion carries.
All right, 8.2.
Okay, thank you so much, President Beggs. Before you, trustees, are 7 policies for second reading. The Board Policy Committee is recommending additional revisions to policies 7120 and 7216. In addition, the committee is requesting that the board pulls policies 7215, 7-8006, and 7-8039 for further review by the subject matter area leaders found in Human Resources Department. I will now entertain any questions that you may have on the other policies that are listed prior to your vote. Yes.
Second.
Thank you. Trustee Davis?
Aye.
Trustee Garrett?
Aye.
Trustee Hinton?
Aye.
Trustee Nicolau?
Yes.
Vice President Richards?
Yes.
And President Beggs?
Aye.
The motion is 6 in favor, 1 not present, motion carries.
And thank you to all who are at our policy meetings, because we do have great discussions. Okay, 8.3, first readings. We don't need a vote on this, but
Thank you so much. Today, you have 9 policies that are up for first reading, and the Board Policy Committee is recommending additional revisions to policies 3410, 4230, 5015, 5040, and 5050. The committee is requesting that the board pulls policy 5700 for further review with our legal counsel. And the committee is also requesting that the board has a full board discussion on policy 3570. I will now pause to take questions on any of the other policies prior to your full board discussion on policy 3570, smoking on campus.
So 3570 has, we've had a long discussion on this going back a few years. So is there, get an update on the background and rationale for then bringing this back to a full discussion again, rather than trusting our, for policy and procedure committee?
Yes, so the discussion that was held on Monday was regarding smoking on campus. The colleges have put forth, because Columbia is in a forest area, wildfires are prominent, so they cannot just say no smoking. So the policy has been put forward to have MJC designate themselves as a non-smoking campus for funding purposes. And so the discussion brought forth to the board policy committee was to accept the text as is. However, one of the committee members wanted a full board discussion, well, actually two of them, because there was a disagreement on making a designation of no smoking for the MJC totally, because they feel that certain students would be distracted or discouraged from coming to MJC because they have a habit for smoking and it's hard to combat that. And so they have asked that we do not push those students away. We accept having designated areas on campus for smoking. And so
Which would be a continuation of what we currently
of
have.
what we currently have, yes, but MJC has asked to be designated as a non-smoking institution. And so there's resolutions that were provided to the board from Academic Senate, and I believe it's from the students as well, to move forward in the direction of having a designation of non-smoking.
Kim, I'm someone who's never smoked anything in my life, including that special tobacco. But I just wonder, there is something about smokers' rights. And was there much pushback against this? Because this is something I would wholeheartedly support, but I would just like to hear the other side.
So there has been much discussion on this, and it goes back years back. But this discussion was brought forth at our district council meeting from MJC, and then it went through the college councils at both colleges. And so I know Academic Senate did have a resolution that they put forth, and I think Aisha, the president of MJC Academic Senate, presented that information to the board policy committee and is here to be able to present that as
As
well.
the chair of the board, some of the stuff, there was discussion between us. We've asked that the whole board, but we also had asked Aisha to come and make her presentation. And Trustee Garrett, there's only 2 people that are on the board when this was brought up before. So it would only be you and President Biggs, because
I seem to recall that we've had representatives of a student organization that's come here
Yes.
just in the last
It was a public
year.
comment, yes.
Yeah, and before that,
but it's not been a board discussion.
I take that when somebody does a presentation, there's some sort of board engagement.
Not when it's a public comment.
So
Anyways, I want to hear from Aisha as she can share from the different.
may I have a moment to get clarification on the distinction between MJC and Columbia?
I'll pass it to President Tran to be able to speak on behalf of Columbia and their direction of the way they presented the policy, and then
Sure.
pass it to Aisha.
Kim, you said that because of the fire risk up there, they couldn't be non-smoking. Is that because they don't want people moving off campus?
So if you go 20 feet outside, you're with
trees.
Yeah.
That's what I thought.
You want to do Columbia first? Okay.
If you can speak into the mic so that the people on Zoom.
So, not sure if it's my turn yet.
Yes,
Okay.
sorry.
So I'll start just by clarifying that the proposed policy changes would not designate MJC as a non-smoking campus, but just allow each individual college to determine its own policy regarding smoking based on the individual needs of each community college in our district. At MJC, our associated student government passed a resolution 3 years ago calling for a non-smoking campus. Last year, after having a work group for 3 years where faculty worked with students and others from within the community to discuss the possibility of having a non-smoking campus, our academic senate voted unanimously to call for our campus to become a non-smoking campus. We currently have an F grade from the state. We're one of very few colleges that doesn't have a complete ban on smoking. And unlike Columbia College, at MJC, in order to smoke, a student just has to walk to the sidewalk. We're not a rural college, and so we don't have the same challenges that Columbia does. And so we don't see it as being necessarily exclusionary. And we did consult with health services, and they're still going to be providing services, nicotine patches, counseling services, that sort of thing for smoking students. So they will still be provided with access and support as students at MJC. It's also a health concern was one of the reasons stated in our resolution. We do currently have designated smoking areas, but they're not generally abided by and are very difficult to enforce. In fact, on the first day of school, I saw someone ask someone to move away from the door of the music building while they were smoking. They refused and security had to be called. And I think it would be better if there's signage just noting that this is a non-smoking campus. I think it would stop a lot of those negative interactions with students from having to occur. It would just be the standard at the college. The other issue is that there are funds associated with being a non-smoking campus that we currently are ineligible for.
Do you know what those are?
Not off the top of my head, but I can forward you the email that I have, yes. I don't know if there are any questions, but that was the reasoning behind our resolution.
I understand that Lana Von Epps has a raised hand.
Yes, I'm happy to speak about Columbia's smoking if you would like me to, but I don't want to interrupt.
No, go ahead. This is the topic.
Okay, so yes, I think the basic idea Columbia College has been doing smoking cessation program of signage to designated smoking areas, patches, and counseling available. We have also reduced the number of designated smoking areas, and we have also made them less visible. In one instance that there was the main drop-off bus location pickup, that there's a smoking area that has been moved, but there is the concern that if we are a completely non-smoking campus, that there are few smokers, instead of going into a designated safe fire resistant area to smoke, that they will be going into the surrounding forest. And even though our forestry and natural resources instructor, Tom Hofstra, has done amazing progress on fire hardening our campus, including doing controlled burns, it is still a concern that smoking could start fires. And I have talked with a community advisor that says, the percentage of fires that are caused by smoking is pretty low. So there is still a desire to have a non-smoking campus at Columbia College, but we have to balance that on keeping our campus safe from fire. So that's where we stand currently. Can I answer any questions?
No, but thank you for explaining. Okay.
There's a hand down there. I'll go you first.
Go for it.
Well, the questions I have have to do with policing the policy. And for instance, you got a home football game, you're a non-smoking campus. Somebody walks you know, someone's going to come see their kid play football and they're smoking. What happens? There needs to be an answer to that, because it's a non-smoking campus. That would even mean at our home football games, for instance. And so that's where the details, how it gets administered and policed, things that you need to think through. Now you say that other campuses have gone to non-smoking, you know, a prohibition on smoking. All right, so maybe we can learn from them. What do you do at your home football games, for instance? You know, is it you just look the other way? Is vaping okay, or is it absolute no? And then you bring in law enforcement to assist you in policing the policy. These things happen, and I have experience with this. So I would say I appreciate that we're having a board conversation about this policy, because if we adopt a policy of no non-smoking, then we need to back up that policy with, you know, appropriate administration of the policy and policing of it.
Jenny.
Thanks. I was one who very passionately asked that the board talk about this. And I think the reason being, so often maybe it looks like we're stone-faced or we have no reaction to all that we're hearing. And I think it's really important for our leadership in our community to hear that we listen and we're trying very hard to take into account what we're hearing. And a few months ago, when we had some student presenters, it was very impactful for me. And if you asked me that exact day to vote and make a motion, heck yes, I would say smoke-free campus. I will say at the policy committee meeting, there were some really good perspectives. Aisha, you did a great job presenting then and today. Yeah. Our president brought in some different perspectives that I hadn't considered. And so personally, although I also have never smoked, I was a little bit torn on the topic. I do support the policy. I support how it's written. I support that it's different for the two campuses. But the reason I wanted to talk about this as a board is to have a better understanding of my fellow trustees and going fully smoke-free. That's not how the policy reads, and I understand that, but I wanted to make sure that we have a conversation, that we are listening and we are publicly discussing this, so it doesn't look like things are happening behind closed doors that no one ever gets to see or hear. So to conclude, I support the policy. 100%. I'm slightly torn on 100% smoke-free or not because of people following the rules. Does it feel like we're secluding a specific audience that might come to us for further education and help in their career development? I don't know those answers. That's why I'd like to hear from my fellow trustees.
I just wanted to follow up to Trustee Davis in terms of the administering of the policy. That's where we talked about a third level document for each college to prepare, so that each college would have specific steps that they would follow through to be able to administer the policy. So it's considered a third level document. So it'll be a smoking on campus at MJC, smoking on campus at Columbia College.
And I'd also like to add to that currently at sporting events, it's already a smoke-free environment there, and our policy gets administered at those events currently. Those aren't within the bounds of our current designated smoking areas on campus.
I thought it was a certain distance away from the sporting event. So somebody could still come to an event and then walk out and smoke a cigarette and come back.
Yes.
So it's not smoke-free, it's just smoke-free on site.
In the game, it is smoke-free. Yes, you have
Stadium
to
is.
leave and stand a certain amount away. And the amount you have to stand away almost takes you to the sidewalk. That's one thing I'll point out. Most of our designated smoking areas are really quite close to where someone would end up, even if we did go smoke-free.
Yeah. And Nancy, you had something you wanted to say?
I just wanted to ask you, how many designated areas do we have on, is it the same on each campus or?
I would imagine we have more than Columbia since.
No, I'm talking the two MJC.
Between the two, I'm not sure. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I haven't been on facilities committee in a few years, so I'm a little rusty.
And how much time is between classes?
One of our administrators might know how the block scheduling is done. I think we have like 10 minutes.
So if you have back-to-back classes, you're going to be rushed whether there's a smoking area or not.
An opportunity to give up smoking.
So,
Support of the college will support that.
the hard thing for me in this, because I've never smoked and I hate it, it gives me a headache. But I know that we have a lot of older and returning students, and the people that I know who do smoke, it's a really, really hard thing for them to kick. It's a struggle. And I worry that if somebody's trying to come to school full-time and battle this at the same time, they're just going to say, forget it, because they're not going to feel welcome here. Even we, and so it's like, if we could find a way to totally protect people from the smoke and yet still welcome those people and not exclude them and say, hey, go get help, go get the patch, go get whatever. I prefer that to just a blanket ban myself, but I think I'm going to be outvoted, which is fine. But this is a first reading. It will come back to us. Yeah.
I'm in support of a ban. I think we have an opportunity to provide education to our district-wide students, employees, et cetera, get grants in here that deal with this issue, and provide a real service at the same time. I shouldn't have to be an employee and be exposed to secondhand smoke and all the dangers that come with that. I shouldn't be, if we're concerned about older, we can be concerned, in my opinion, about young mothers that are bringing their children on campus and having their infants and young children exposed to secondhand smoke should be just as much of a concern to all of us as allowing someone to smoke. So I'm in support of a full ban and applying for those grants and providing for education. As far as the enforcement, I think I did that for a living for almost 27 years. There's letter of the law and spirit of the law, and it comes down to education. And you take the opportunity to educate. You're not going to be able to enforce your way out of this. It's educating people and providing the opportunity to protect themselves in the future. It's just like education. We're providing you the tools to better yourself in the future for career. Now we have an opportunity to better yourself through making good health choices. So I'm in support of a full ban.
Well, we'll talk about it more next time. And to be clear, I'm not suggesting at all that anybody be exposed to secondhand smoke or that it be at the workplace, which is the way it was in North Carolina when I was there. I was the only non-smoking person in my entire office. So that's not what we're talking about. It would be nice if we knew how many we have right now in terms of designated smoking areas, and maybe we could have a map that shows where they are, because we're kind of operating blind here. But is Judy here?
Yeah.
Oh, I can't see her from here.
No.
Not-
We will check with facilities to see if we can get at the next board policy committee
Great.
report out.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks, Aisha, for coming back.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so do we need any kind of motion, Kim, on the first reading?
On the second?
Since we're pulling some?
Just the acceptance of that. Once you do the first reading, if you are pulling, it's the first reading.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
So I believe we're up to 8.4. Columbia College out-of-country travel to Agra, India, Kerala, India, Dubai, United Arab Emirates, Istanbul, Turkey. The recommended action is that the Board of Trustees approve out-of-country travel for Columbia College President Dr. Lena Tran to promote the Columbia College International Student Program in all those places I just named, from January 25th to February 5th, as listed on this agenda.
So moved if I can go with her. No, I take that out. I take that back. So moved.
Second it.
Any discussion, questions for Dr. Tran? No? Okay, that was easy.
Trustee Davis,
Aye.
trustee Garrett,
Aye.
trustee Hinton,
Aye.
trustee Nicolau,
Yes.
Vice President Richards,
Yes.
and President Beggs.
Aye.
The motion or the vote is 6 in favor with 1 not present. Motion carries.
8.5, the CCCT Board of Directors nominations for 2023. Hilton has already removed himself from consideration. The recommended action is that the Board of Trustees determine if they will nominate a candidate for the CCT Board of Directors.
I nominate Dr. Milton Richards, Vice President of YCCD Trustees, as our representative.
Clearly, after finishing last, I can only go up.
Because they don't, your name has to be on more than once.
You would do it?
Yes.
Okay, so we need a second then?
I second the motion.
I'm not sure if they're your friends or your enemies, Milt. All right, let's take a vote.
So I have Nancy and trustee Hinton and trustee Nicolau as my
Yes.
first and second. Sorry for the delay. I'm just clicking to get the vote ready here. Trustee Davis,
Yes.
trustee Garrett,
Aye.
trustee Hinton,
Aye.
trustee Nicolau,
Yes.
Vice President Richards, and President Beggs.
Aye.
The vote is 6 in favor, 1 not present. Motion carries, and I will provide you, Vice President Richards, the information to fill out.
Okay, 8.6, negotiations, CSEA, YCCD, public comment on proposal reopeners. Let's see if I can get to, okay, so the recommended action is that we hold a public comment period regarding the bargaining proposal reopeners submitted by CSEA, Chapter 420, and the district, and also approve the district reopeners. Can we do that in one motion, both of those?
Pardon me. First, you'll hold the public.
Okay. We are open for public comments. It's always happened. We are now closed for public comments. Now I need a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Trustee Davis,
Aye.
trustee Garrett,
Aye.
trustee Hinton, trustee Nicolau,
Yes.
Vice President Richards,
Yes.
and President Beggs.
Aye.
Vote is 6 in favor, 1 not present. Motion carries.
Okay, the reason I asked is because 8.7 and 8.8 have them separated. The recommended action under 8.7 is that the Board of Trustees holds the public comment period, which I'll do, and then that we adopt the district's initial proposal to YFA attached to the January 11th agenda. So, public comments? No raised hands? Okay, we're done with public comments again.
I make a motion that we accept the openers from YFA.
Need a second?
Second.
Actually, so you're accepting the
From the district.
reopeners for the district.
Okay.
Mm,
From the district.
To YFA.
to YFA. So I had first from trustee Hinton. I'm sorry, I didn't catch the second. Oh, thank you. Trustee Davis,
Aye.
Garrett,
Aye.
trustee Hinton,
Aye.
trustee Nicolau,
Yes.
Vice President Richards,
Yes.
and President Beggs.
Aye.
Vote again is 6 in favor, 1 not present. Motion carries.
All right. Now we're going to do the reverse. The recommended action is that the public comment period be opened and then that the initial proposal from the YFA to the district, initially sunshined on December 14th, 2022, attached to the January 11th, 2023 agenda, be affirmed, I guess. Right? Yeah.
It's just to hold the public comments for
Public
their
comments on this one? Okay.
reopeners.
Okay. Do we have any public comments on 8.8? No. So we're done?
None via Zoom. And so you can close the public comment period.
Public comments are closed.
So moved.
There's nothing to move or second.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, we just offer the public comment for the,
Okay.
or for the YFA's reopeners.
This is all legally required. All right. 8.9 is the YCCD resolution, number 22-23.13, the student housing grant opportunity at Columbia College, which we heard about earlier. The recommended action is that the Board of Trustees approve that resolution and authorizes the district to submit the student housing grant opportunity for Columbia College application attached to the January 11th, 2023 agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Trustee Davis,
Aye.
Trustee Garrett,
Aye.
Trustee Hinton,
Aye.
Trustee Nicolau,
Aye.
Vice President Richards,
Yes.
and President Beggs.
Aye.
Vote 6 in favor, 1 not present, motion carries.
8:10, as we mentioned, we have a conference coming up in out of state. And so the recommended action is that we select a date to hold our regular board meeting in February 2023.
I move the meeting to Monday, February 13th.
Second. Right at the same time.
Trustee Davis,
Aye.
Trustee Garrett,
Aye.
Trustee Hinton,
Aye.
Trustee Nicolau,
Aye.
Vice President Richards,
Yes.
and President Beggs.
Yes.
The vote is 6 in favor, 1 not present, motion carries.
Okay, 8.11 is the resolution for the student trustee absent from the policy and procedures meeting. And you can see that on the next page.
I make a motion that we accept the resolution.
Need a second?
I second the motion.
Is there any discussion or just the vote?
We'll vote.
Okay. Trustee Davis,
Aye.
Trustee Garrett,
Aye.
Trustee Hinton,
Aye.
Trustee Nicolau,
Aye.
Vice President Richards,
Yes.
and President Beggs.
Yes.
Vote is 6 in favor, 1 not present for vote, and motion carries.
8.12 is the resolution continuing Board of Trustees authority to hold virtual meetings pursuant to AB 361.
So moved.
Second.
Trustee Davis,
No.
Trustee Garrett,
No.
Trustee Hinton,
Yes.
Trustee Nicolau,
Yes.
Trustee Richard, or Vice President Richards, President Beggs.
Yes.
Vote is 4 in favor, 2 opposed, 1 not present, motion carries.
Next up is 9.1, request for future board agenda items.
I would like an update on the proposal to build the new fitness center.
Okay. Did I just hear a second on that? I know, I was kidding. Okay, so nothing else then?
I would like to get an update on our bus pass program, when it was implemented, how many students it serves and has served, and the number of dollars that have been expended.
Okay.
Because I've been in favor, I've been a proponent of that for a long time, and I'd just like to get an update on it.
Last month, I requested information on the major aspects and the essential elements, I would say, and major barriers to the dual enrollment agreement applications. And I'm thinking that we'll probably get that update in February 13th as part of the presentation. Dr. Young, do you think that was when I'll receive that information on the essential elements and major barriers to the dual enrollment applications? Either that or just a one-page with bullet points would be helpful. And then we just give it to me and to the other trustees. Kind of give us kind of prep us for that presentation we're going to have on the 13th. That'd be great.
On what Trustee Garrett said, I'd like to see if we're servicing our disabled populations with the buses, that they're able to get on and off, or if we're giving vouchers for Dial-A-Ride.
I'd like to know that too. Okay, I think that's it for this time. Let's go to comments.
President Beggs, somebody made a last comment. Was that you to ask for the same? Or I would like, I heard somebody say something. Was that
About Dial-A-Ride.
Oh, okay. So Trustee
I said
Hinton
I was
and
interested
Beggs.
in that
Okay.
also.
Thank you.
Okay, so comments from the Board of Trustees. Let's start with Don.
Thank you. I had the opportunity to participate in the spring in-service at Columbia College, and I want to thank Dr. Tran for the invitation. I learned so much about the campus, and there's so much yet to learn. The activity up there, all that's going on in student services, campus security, your update on the sort of the state of the college is very impressive, and I was trying to take it all in and make notes of it. But I just want to say I came away from that. I was already impressed with the campus, but with even more appreciation for the fine work that is going on in that on that campus. I'm very excited about the possibility of $70 million grant for student housing. I enjoyed seeing the floor plans of the classrooms, and I kind of like pictured students, in there in the common area that they're going to have, the study areas and all of that. And I could see that being a real draw for students in the future. So I hope that we're successful with that grant application. Thank you for the presentation, and share my appreciation to all who presented that day. It was quite informative, and I just thank you.
Okay, let's go to our student trustee.
Hello, everybody. I'm glad to be here. I just attended my first day of class this Monday. It was pretty nice. I had biology and English, so that was pretty nice. I got to see new peers in the classrooms and new professors. I got as much sleep as needed through the winter vacation. And I saw that today, I believe, was the first flow that ASMGC brought in for today, it was pretty nice to see that we're doing East and West Campus for this semester. So that was pretty well, seeing all the students that needed the pretty much lunch that they need throughout the day to go about their day and get as much as work done with a full stomach. And that's pretty much it for today. Thank you.
Darren.
First, I want to say I want to thank everyone that came and spoke in public comment. I think it was pretty obvious they spoke from the heart. They spoke of their history and their attachment to the institution and to the district, and their deep desire and for progress, not only for the institution but for the students, and their love of our district and MJC. So I want to personally thank everyone that got up and spoke. Beyond that, I attended the MJC Fire Academy, which is always an impressive thing to see, and just the energy there with the students and what they've gone through to achieve that goal is really something to see. So I want to thank the whole staff for putting that on and making that happen, and the families that are there. I mean, it's just incredible. And then I attended Institute Day. I wasn't there for the whole thing, but I was there long enough to really get the energy and the vibe of again, the faculty and our classified professionals, and again, their love for the district and the institution. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Nancy?
I have no comment. I was not here at this campus this last week due to emergency family issues, so I'm
sorry about that. Jenny?
I also just want to thank all the comments today. I really appreciate the heart. Like, it's obvious that the people who have spoken up, or just those in the audience today, like, they feel for our institution. You believe in this community. You want what's best. And while we can't respond to public comment, which is super hard for me to not do personally, I want you to know that I hear you, I see you, and I really respect how much you care about this institution, because that's how much we care. Again, may not look like it, but we're all taking time away from our lives and our family to be here, and we want what's best. That's not going to be a light switch that we just flick one day to the next. That's a journey. And so I appreciate you being on the journey with us. And you have my commitment that we want what's best. So keep coming, keep speaking up. Thank you for serving in each of your individual roles. And thank you to my fellow trustees for serving as well.
Thank you. And
I would just say that Darren and Jenny said everything I wanted to say. Thanks again for all the input we received tonight and that we've received by emails and calls. And, I've been in education 40 years, and one of the things that makes a university or college great is the support, faculty, staff, students, and we certainly have that.
thank you. I'll echo what my colleague said about comments. We've always welcomed them. Also, I went to Institute Day, and I really enjoyed the entire day, but also the presentation on the STAN 2030 work group. And I was actually part of one of the work groups that helped with this, and it was very interesting, very engaging work, and I hope it goes somewhere. And sometimes papers end up on a shelf, and that's not what we want. So I just hope that we move forward and have a wonderful new year. And I want to wish everybody a wonderful new year and no more power outages for Columbia. Thank you very much. So our next meeting is on, what was the date? February 13th at
Monday,
3, probably. Sometimes we start a little early, but anyway.
Yeah, we'll make note in the agenda if it changes time, but right now 3 on February 13th.
All right, thank you very much. And we are adjourned at 7:39. That clock is wrong.